Hello. Hi. Good morning. Wait, let me turn on the chat. Hello, hello. Good morning. How are you doing? My eyes are leaking today. You don't hear me much? You sure you don't hear me much? How come you don't hear me much? Look at this. Now you will hear me. Wait for it. What do you mean login to begin? Come on. This one? I don't remember my password. Holy shit, I don't know. Okay, we're gonna figure it out later. No, we do have audio. Wait. You do hear me. You hear me very much now. You hear me way too much. Hi, hello. I put music. Yep. I know. Oh my god, my eyes are leaking so much. I don't know. I think that I put some powder in my eye. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Let's figure out this Monday business together. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, my eyes are I'm gonna go crazy. This might be a problem. This might be a problem. I don't know why my eyes are leaking so much lately. I have no idea, honestly. Let me also fix the angle. Okay. I don't know why my eyes are leaking so much lately. I really know. Adkir, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Wait, let me put you right there so I can see you clearly. Oh, it's been long since we haven't done tomatoes, isn't it? All right, wait. Oh, we have many things to fix. I realized that I'm gonna have to fix a lot of stuff. Okay, chat is bigger. Okay, let me start the... This one, why is this one not working? Let's start that one again. How do I have this one? Yes, but I don't hear shit from here. Oh my god, I have to change so many things. What else are we missing? What else? Okay, chat is way... Oh, we're listening to funk in the morning? What is this? Why are we listening to funk? Okay. I'm not a winner yet. Chat. I'm not a winner yet, so don't start to sing the winner songs already. I don't know if you say that in the other language. Oh my god. Oh my god, my eyes. Oh my goodness. The final is gonna be on Tuesday. Hi, Yank. Hello. Yes, we're gonna be having the finals on Tuesday. Finals on Tuesday. Good morning. How did the training go this morning? This morning I didn't train. Oh, Mike is speaking. Is it better now? Wait, maybe I have to do the... Oh. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Now it should be better. Mike should be way better. Oh my god. I don't know how we are gonna deal with this today. I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna be today. We'll see. Oh! Venusta! Ole! Venusta, thank you so much for that. Wait, let me turn on the alerts. Venusta, thank you so much for the 7 months with the Prime. I love you. I appreciate you for it. I really do. Thank you so much for that. Welcome back, Venusta. Sorry if I'm crying today. Most probably like I put some powder in my eyes. I don't know. Oh, let me do the story saying that we're going live. You can set the goal to Lord of the Rings marathon too. Oh, true. True, let me do that. Are my eyes warm? I don't know. Are they? How do you know if your eyes are warm? This one. Oh my god, lights is so bad. Get 2 balls and glue them under your eyes to catch. Oh my god, I thought you were actually telling me something something important. Lord of the Rings marathon. Here. Oh. Can I? Okay. Save. Let me push you a bit higher. Here. Wait, why I never put these like in the center? Oh my goodness. No, don't cry. Don't cry, Ice. Ice, don't. Oh my god. Ice, chill. Oh my god. I don't know. So I feel like I have spikes in my eyes. First, it should be fine. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Look at... No, you cannot even see. Ah. I'm sorry if I'm being whining. Oh. No running nose. No running nose. Just... spiky eyes. Spiky eyes. Too much of a scream lately. I actually know I've been out and about for like longer than usual. Oh my goodness. Wait. How do you wash your eyes? Oh my god. Sorry for this introduction of the stream. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, they're both. Mostly the left one, but both. How do you know? You don't wash your eyes with water. What the fuck? You don't wash your eyes with water. I'm not gonna touch him. No, estoy llorando, no estoy llorando. Yo no estoy llorando. That looks so bad. This looks so bad. Wait, let me fix that. Oh my goodness. This one this should be better. Okay. Oh my god. No, I fucked it up. No, not. Wash without soap. I know without soap. I have an event. Oh, I have a call in 30 minutes. Oh my god. What is this? Oh, this is paper towel. So I'm taking a picture for Twitter. Okay. Done. Stop it. Okay. Let me also get back into like normal. No more. Oh, now I'm feeling better. Now that I put this one under my eye and I put pressure on it, I feel better. I have no idea what that is. How do you wash your eyes? You don't, right? You don't. Yeah, no, you need the solution. Oh my god. I have all the makeup here. You do with water? You don't. You have to use like a specific water, right? Oh, you splash water in your face. You don't drown your eyes. Oh. You splash water in there? No. What? You just splash water in your eyes. Otherwise, you would be also cleaning like your lenses with normal water, but you know that you cannot clean your lenses. with normal water. We're not weird. No, we did. I did forest. I did. We should have forest on. Okay, I need to fix this. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. Don't have to run when you're alone with me. I will come in. I will come in. We're coming. Come, babe. Okay, fixed it up. Is it not working, Forrest? I was not cutting paper nor onions. No. Ah, maybe it's better. Maybe like this is better. You're gonna see me like this a lot today. Si usa Aquabotica?
CUSA.
I don't have Aqua. What the fuck is Aquabotica? What is Aquabotica? Is it the one that you use for lenses? I don't have Aqua. Where the fuck do I find Aquabotica in my house? Where do I find it? I need to take another picture because I looked dumb in those because I was crying. Aquabolsa. Wait. Just put it in the basement. What do you mean in the basement? In the pharmacy. I'm not gonna go to the pharmacy to get some water. You gotta wash it. No. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm gonna manage. We're gonna work through it. Oh my god. Shit. Wait. Oh, I put paper in my eye. That's not a... Okay. Well, if I had makeup, I don't have it anymore. Hi, morning, Maxwell. Hi, Angela. I could have just put water. I think that now Aqua Oxigenata is the same. No, it is not. Don't give bad ideas to people. Then people will be listening to you. I'm not crying. Your photo to the... Which photo? Which photo, Max? Yeah, don't give bad ideas. There's people that might listen to you. Very few people in this chat are medical doctors. Yes, pretend that not even one is. Ah. Alright. Now it should be better. Now, done. No, I have an ad kit. How is it? How is that? Done. Chat, we solved the issue. We're back on it. Back on it.
Non-aqua oxygenata, Batuto che mai pericoloso dia cose così.
I agree. Don't put aqua oxygenata in your eyes, please. That's gonna hurt you. Kinda badly. Very badly. It's not like if it says water, it means that it can do the same as water. Alright? Don't even drink it. Even if you're thirsty, don't drink it. Wait. Okay, and after all of these, we finally back on being like productive. Chat, finally back doing tomatoes. We're finally back doing tomatoes. Where is drop? Why is drop looking like that? A bit too big, isn't it? I think that I'll have to fix a couple of things in this stream because I changed a couple of things for the Valorant stream, so I'm so excited. I am very excited too. I haven't been doing that for so long. And I miss that. And plus I have a lot of stuff that I have to do. I have so many things that I have to do. Did you write down your to-do list? Do you have your water? Do you have your coffee? Do you have everything you need? I don't know if I'm gonna get a coffee already. Oh, it's fine. Oh. Okay. Save the photos. You need coffee? Go get it. Go get it. We're last few moments before we start. Last few moments before we start. Okay, let me do the story. How many of you watched the semifinals yesterday, where we were playing? How many of you watched that? What, is Maxwell threatening you for what? You have breakfast? Go for it, go for it, go for it. You where? Okay. Because I was thinking, what if like later tonight, after we finish working and all of that, we continue stream also the training. I'm not promising this to you, so don't come to me being like, me, scam. No, no scam, no scam, no scam. But your month watch time, this co-house. It's the idea is like I might gonna that's you. I might gonna be doing that if I'm not too tired, especially if my eyes are not too tired. All right. Wait, the light is. My eyes can handle everything. They're gonna deal with it. Okay. Okay. Done. Me. You know, isn't there like a Muppet that talks like that? That goes like me. In Ank's stream, they're saying that I'm going on a date with someone. Yes, Lord, I am. I'm going out with your dad. We wanted to keep it secret, but apparently we cannot anymore because we're getting engaged. So it's time to get it all out and tell to the public. Sorry, fixing a couple of stuff in the stream still. It's still a mess. I'll be his mommy? Yes. Yes. The goal is wrong. Oh, yeah, you're right. I got distracted. You're right. I got distracted. Sorry. 1.1. Save. There we go. Thank you, Hans. Thank you. Show photo of pizza proof. Wait, what is the picture? What? Oh, by the way, something that I have to do. I'm sorry. Ashkelon, thank you for your service for the pets. Can we all show appreciation for the temporary mod? Ashkelon, for helping us out with the bets during the tournament. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for your service. It was lovely. Thank you for being there. You've been demoted. Anyway, what did you say? Where did you send it to me? What did you send me? Maxwell. Oh, that pizza thing. I'm not showing shit. I'm not. No. Hi, Chizira. Hello. You hope to have friends in a strong powers? No. I'm holding back the truth. No. If you plan to do it in one sitting. Oh, no. We're not going to watch the extended version, I think. I don't think we're going to go. Simone, by the way, ciao. Hello. Anyway, shall we get started for today? I feel like I'm going to have a couple of things that are not in the right place. Wait.
Brutal living fear, Bruno stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
JJ! Can I have a lot of love for the beautiful J... Oh, these springs are way too big. For beautiful JJ. For the beautiful JJ. One of the most Stakhanovist mods ever. Can I please have a lot of love for JJ and like the 19 months together. I appreciate it. This was fucking loud. This was way too loud. I love you, JJ. This is for you. This is love from Bennett to you. From Bennett to you. Thank you, JJ, for that. Thank you for all the help that you gave us. For real. Community would not be the same, and you know that already. Holy shit. Me teleport. Oh my god, I just got an idea of who was the Muppet. The Muppet was the orange one with the yellow hair, isn't it? At least I remember these colors. Oh yeah, give me some JJ dance. Some JJ dance. Weird do JJ dance. Jeff. Let's go! JJ, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you.
Proud of myself. The Sesame Street puzzle I bought said 3 to 5 years, but I finished it in 18 months.
Good job! Good job for that. Beaker. Oh, that's it. Not Donald Trump. Not Donald Trump. We love you. We love you, JJ, for real. People, shall we start to work? Shall we start to get stuff done? It's been a long time since we haven't. It's been a long time. What do you mean no? Yes. Yes. Beaker Mario Giordano? I don't know. People, okay, I'm starting. We're gonna be listening to Lo-Fi today as the first music. Alright? I will be checking on you in 45 minutes. If you need any help, ask the community for what's happening. If you need even more focus, you know you can join us on Discord. You go in there, you join a room, you talk to people, you tell them how dumb you are and all of that, and then they're gonna answer to you back and you're stupid. And that's it. I did sport this morning. FIFA doesn't count like sports, Zeko. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, people. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi, hi, hi. Let me also start on TikTok because I haven't started before. I heard you. I heard you. I'm here. Stupid dumbos. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome back. Hi. Hello. Hello, hello. Pera. We're live. You cannot. I hope you had a productive tomato. I hope you had a productive. Don't flip off TikTok. Don't flip off TikTok. Don't do that. Don't do that. How are you doing, people? How is it going? I have something very cool that I want to share with you. And I actually want to have your input, like the real input. And you know, when I ask you for your input, it's not like I need you to be like, oh my God, that's a cool idea. Fuck, that sucks. I just need your genuine concerns and feedbacks and all of that, all right? I need all of that. You done? She's licking her foot. That's fine. You can see her licking her foot now. You want to know, so how many of you are like either searching for a job, like your first job, or like they're thinking about searching their first job, or they're like trying to find another job. They want to change their industry where they work. How many of you are in that situation? Or like maybe you still have like 1 year ahead of you, but you're already thinking about it. Moi? Okay. Mike is a bit quiet. Should be. So are you? Okay. And to judge us. I'm not judging you at all. Hi, Rising. Hello. You found your first internship? Let's go. Proud of you. Some new grad struggles? Okay. Pretty much everyone. Yeah, I think so, right? You too, Lacey? Okay. Hi, Rising. Hi. Because I was thinking about starting a new project. You know me, right? I was thinking about, you're in that transition. Okay. I'm thinking about starting a new project where we create some kind of like a job board together. All right? I already have the platform. I already contacted them and they already like proposed that to us. But what if we all together create a CEO gang job board where we put like things that like companies that we found out, like, because sometimes like I realized that not many people know how to find job. Like you go on LinkedIn and Indeed and that's it. That's everything you do. But there's other ways. Like maybe there's companies that they don't even put it out there, right? They don't even put it. Like job board, like LinkedIn, but not like a LinkedIn. Like how many of you has like sent their applications on fucking LinkedIn and received an answer? I received maybe 2 answers out of like 4,000 things that I sent. Maybe we can create like a job board where like you find also like maybe your company has a new job and you just, you know, because sometimes what happens, like if you suggest someone to your company and then they actually get that specific person that you suggested, you should somehow receive like, I don't know, sometimes you receive benefits. I don't know, I heard this, but it's not just that. Oh, it works? Let's go, Joy. This is how it works. This is how TikTok works. Like I know you're there, you see me, and you know that you should come here. You're not late, Subriadio. You're not late. So maybe you had interest, now you have my attention. Right? It sounds interesting. So like, I'm thinking about doing something like that. To the point, you refer someone to the recruiter, they pay you a commission on successful placement. Not commission. I don't know if it's commission, if like other kind of benefits. I don't know. Money after a certain time if that person passes a therapy. Really? Okay. You see? So that could also be useful because like you're suggesting someone from the community. And I think that it could be like a good path for us. And I definitely want to bring back the CV, the you know that we used to do the feedback on your curriculum. We used to do curriculum correction and all of that sometimes like during the weekends. I want to bring that back. Actually, let me put it in the idea folder of stuff that we want to do. I want to bring that back because something that happened during the games week that left me like shocked, like completely shocked, like in complete shock, Someone stopped me and they were like, gee, fuck, I sent you my CV back then. We fixed it all together and now I have a job. Because of like the CV that we did together. Like, bro, what the fuck? We corrected the CV to someone that actually changed their life. Like, and when they told me, I was like, bro, what the fuck? Are you joking? That's amazing. That would be so good. Really, Christian? Christian, send me the name of the people. Send me those. I think that will be, I want to bring that back. The only thing is that I need a recruiter because you know France, she's amazing. We did the last video on YouTube, but she's very busy. She's extremely busy and it's very difficult to get a hold of her. So if you have a friend that is in HR, if you are working in HR, if you have any knowledge of people like that, please let me know. CCN. Fuck the wild. CCN, thank you so much for that. CCN, thank you so much for the 21 months. That's so much time. My man, that's so much time. That's so much. That's so much, CCN. Thank you so much for the 21 months. Appreciate you. What should a person who has done nothing in life write in a CV? You haven't, like, if you haven't done nothing, like nothing at all, you haven't done any projects, you haven't done any certification online. If you have generally done nothing, maybe it's time that you can work like on the side of something like that, you know, if you have time. James from KWS would be up for it. Who's James from KWS? Send me their link. Fiverr CV writing a cover letter is expensive, starting from 150 euros. Like what? Like someone writes your CV and cover letter? Bro, we're gonna fix that. Montatore meccanico? Wait, what? What? Should you? Yeah, you should. You should if you can. Oh, James! Him! That's who you thought. Okay, sorry. Oh, Keyword Studios. I was thinking in my brain, Jalford, KWS was Amazon. I was like, do we know someone from Amazon named James? What? Shit. I didn't. Sorry. That's AWS. I know, but my brain went like, Amazon? Sorry. Perché se finisce per vedere le cose che si fanno al momento è sempre un farò questo e quell'altro, non bisogna usare concrete che si fanno ora. True, that is true, Benenene. That's all you're saying. That's true. I can also try to contact him, for sure. But I think that I want to bring back those things because they were really impactful. Like, I know that Somerville is fun, Dumbo's games are fun, but these are the real things that are really useful. Really, really useful. Anyway, I'll be working on that. If you all, like, give me all of your concerns. I don't need you being plain like, oh, yeah, I like it. That sounds beautiful. No, I need you being like, that's shit, G. You have to remember to do this and this and this and remember to blah, 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 blah. I need you to be the meanest person alive. So then once I pass through you, it's easier, you know? It's how I work. I need you to bring up all the concerns that you... Oh, that's when we have a wheel in the next one. I need you to bring all the worst ideas, all right? Oh, let's just spin the wheel and then we're going to be doing it. And then we're going to do whatever comes up in the next break. Okay? Well, and then we work. Promise. Contexto again. Nice. I know you liked it. It's difficult. It's never late. I agree with you. It's never late. All right. Okay. Let's get back to work. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, people. Be good, everyone. And Laddie, by the way, what happened before? You did something before, Laddie? I didn't. Anyway. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. welcome back. Hi. How are y'all doing, people? How is it going? How are you feeling? No. Cancel. 2:30. All right, should be on time. Hello. My session was good. I was finally able to do something that I've been procrastinating for so long. So I always wanted to do like a podcast. I wanted to do like at least try, to do like a pump podcast. Impeccable, nice. Supervisor, hi. Of course, hi. Contexto, yeah, right. Let's go for that one. Maybe actually, JJ. I think we're gonna have to do a next one because I have a meeting in like exactly 1 hour. So if we do Contexto now and we go for longer than that, then it's gonna be a pain like for the break and all of that. So if we're gonna do it in the next one. So Contexto is a game. It's a game that we're gonna do in the next break. Moyed, I know I use Notion. For notes, or if I have to take handwritten notes, I use GoodNotes. Anyway, you know that I always wanted to do, but take this time to get yourself water, stretch your neck, your shoulders, and all of that. Let me also fix the light that it's starting to be a little bit too much. Wait. Better. Okay. I you know that I wanted to do like a podcast, like a POM podcast. So when I'm not live, you know that you can go on like Spotify or anything else. I don't know where it's gonna be up. Can you put on your to-do list change Christmas winter banner Discord? Christmas. Okay. Christmas Discord. Okay. I was saying something. Oh yeah, I was finally able to like do this that I've been procrastinating for so long. I finally was able to write down what I want to say in the first podcast. So it's gonna work like we chit chat, and then we work for 25 minutes, then break, where we chit chat again, and then we work out of 25 minutes, and then we chat. That's how I was planning it. So then it's gonna be like this one, but it's like talking only. So even if you're somewhere that you like, maybe you're on a train, you cannot have Twitch live on because it's laggy and all of that. You have that one. Yeah, exactly like this one, but it's gonna be more like there's gonna be like a topic, and the first topic that I have in plan is not a bad idea. Thank you. And it's thanks to like Sans that is helping, or also Fob that is helping out. So we're working on that one. It's gonna be also a video, so we're gonna make it also like a video. So it's gonna be also on YouTube. So that's how it's gonna be. Because you remember that I was doing like the ones here, but I don't want to do it like there. Nah. And so that's the idea, and I finally was able to write it down, and I've been procrastinating for so long because it's like, you know that I have issues with like writing skills and like communicating. Like I feel like I'm not as good as I would like to be. Like, I have an idea of how I should be, on how people should be talking and all of that. And since I don't stick to that standard, I don't want to do it. It's like people that like play an instrument for the first time. I'm not good enough. First time I try, I'm not amazing. I'm not the next Jimi Hendrix. I'm not gonna play anymore the guitar. That's it. Nope. Done. That's the same. That's me. That's definitely me. So I've been not doing that, and I'm a good writer. I'm not. JJ, trust. I'm not. I'm really not. So like in terms of content, I don't know. Anyway, I've been me with everything, right? Oh my god. So like thank God there is Gadget or Chris, if you know them from the last call that we have with him. Oh, actually I have to feedback video. I need to put out the video that we had with Chris for sure. So he said like he can like I can send him the script and he can help me out to put it in place and tell me if it's good, if it's not good. I told him like he has to be fucking mean to me. As I told you, I need the meanest kind of things from you because I know you love me like as much as I love you. Like you're doing it like for me to grow, not to just insult me. So that helps. He's so sweet. He's really really sweet. He's the savior of the podcast for sure. So finally, I don't love you. Shut up, Cami. So the copy me. Shut up. So that's what that's what I'm sending him to him. And the topic is being emotionally unavailable. You know, like struggling with showing emotions, struggling with your own emotions, struggling with someone else's emotions and that. I don't know if it makes sense, like, to have this kind of content while you work. But maybe. It's going to be a test. We're going to try. Gladyn, hi. Thank you for being here. There's going to be also some tea. There's also going to be some tea about my past and all of that. So, we'll see. Wednesday Adam podcast? Shit. I didn't even do it on purpose. Like, I sent him this, the list of things that I would like to talk about when I was in Switzerland still. So, drama in the podcast. We'll see. We'll see if he approves. We'll see if my editor, Chris, approves it. He's the owner. He's the owner. Ultimate drama. Discussion podcast? I don't know. But that's the idea to have it like for now. This is how the idea we have it for now. Shut up, Tanish. Shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to do something productive of the day? I think I'm gonna get a snack. I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna get myself like a little snacky because I'm very hungry. Anyway, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Well, you're in a Pomodoro work phase, so you do things that are stimulating. Both. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the break. How are y'all doing? How is it going? We already went through 3 tomatoes. Good job. Hi, Zeko. Hello. Good job, everyone. What the heck? We've already been through 3 freaking tomatoes. Wow. 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 We've been through 3 tomatoes. Nice, nice, nice. How are you feeling? How is it going? Hi, people from TikTok. I can see you right there. But almost is going very fast. Are you being productive doing this? We have contexto to do. This might help you to like wake up a little bit your brain. All right, let's do it. We have 10 minutes to do it. All right, 10 minutes only. Let me see. No border, but I want it to be contexto. Might be the same. V1 be God. V1 be God. Thank you so much for that. So that's a newbie. Can I have love for this newbie? Thank you so much for that, V1. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome in. I hope you're having a productive day with us. Today the mood is so gray. I'm sorry. Let's try with this context. You have to guess what the word is, all right? So, for example, we're gonna try to go for something animated or not, I think. It's an artificial intelligence algorithm that decides if it's right or not, right? It gives it a score. So like if I say spoon, it says it's very far away. We're very far away. So what if we go for a flower? Flower is something closer. So what if it's a plant? Plant is farther away, even farther than a spoon. So a flower, all right? So it could be like... if it's a flower, what could it be closer than a flower? Food? No, a flower. Pink, a color. It is a color. It could be also a color. Pink? It's more of a color, all right? It could be like a rose. No, rose is farther away. Color. It's closer to a color, but it's also pink, flower, smell. It's farther away. We already tried rose. If you see there's written already rose. Violet. We're not gonna go for all the colors, right? Because it doesn't make sense. It's not color. What if it's paint? Paint is closer. Paint is closer. So what about like a wall? Paint and a wall is closer? Paint and a wall is closer. Roof? Roof is closer. So house? House is very close. Building? No, far. Murales? No, is that how you... Graffiti. No. Brick. What about brick? But what does it mean with a wall? With flower. But it's closer, so it's a house, a rooftop, a room. Wallpaper? No. Room. Bedroom? Bedroom. How is the not the guest room? Oh, Aidan! Welcome back, Aidan! Long time no see! Long time no see! How are you? Thank you so much for that. Aidan, thank you so much for being back here. Thank you for being here. Garden? No. House. Villa? No. What could it be? What could it be? Pillow. House. A door? Okay. A bed? No. House, a bedroom, a door. A nightstand? No. Window? What could it be? A lamp? Curtain? Cube? Why cube? painting. I mean, it would have with painted. That would have been. Fuck. What is it? Paper craft. No, we don't even know what that is. A dressing room. Dressing room. No. Toilet? No. House plant. No. Kitchen. Don't say that you got. Okay, listen. If you have an idea, close it. No. Don't say. Don't give straight results if we don't ask you. Decoration. What if it's like wallpaper? What is it, chat? It's in the house. It's not window. Loft. Attic? No. Loft? Apartment? Oh, use one. No. Open space? Can I put it, divide it? No. Storage basement. Hi, Lomba. Hi. Hello, hi. Studio? No, loft is closer. Loft is still closer. Someone said before, hall? Hall? What is this? Stairs? Why stairs? No. Hallway. No. Huh. Corridor? Kitchen. It's not kitchen. No. Entrance? No. Foyer? Do you think that the lobby? Foyer, do you have it? What is it? We have 4 minutes, chat. We have 4 minutes. Entryway. Porch. Couch. Church. Church? Cathedral? What is it? What is it? Cathedral. What else is there? Jesus, cross. What else is there? Mosque. Castle. What is it? Monastery? Monastery? No. Temple. No. Monastery. I think that is not. Altar? Oh my god. What is it? We're in a freaking church. We're in a church. What is it? Monastery. I tried monastery, but doesn't. Oh no, it's far away. Have the meeting in 2 minutes. Choir. Oh! Good job, Chad. Good job. Oh my god, this was difficult. This one was very difficult, but easier than the other one. I think that we understood. We're trying to understood how it is. Good job, Chad. Proud of you. Right on time. Right on time. Right on time. Good job, Chad. Right on time, because I have a meeting in 2 minutes. Oh my goodness, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. Lomba, if you're still there in chat, are we training tonight? I have free time tonight. I kept free time just to train. I'd love to have your training tonight. Good morning, Sanity. Chat, shall we get back to work? Shall we get back to work? It was not a room superior, it was a choir. People, I'll check in with you. The result was choir, chat. Was choir. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the break. You even have Pera's face now. Oh, big yawn. A big yawn. Oh, what a big yawn. What fell? Wait, where did you... How did I lose a piece of headphones? Welcome back, by the way, people. How did you break? How did I... Did you see me hurting my head against something? What? Oh, what? By the way, hi, writers. If you're hearing to a voice, you know where it's coming from. You're crazy. You're gone cuckoo. These are the demons inside your head telling you to drink more water. Drink more water, you stupid idiot. So everyone else who's here and know where they are, hi, how are you doing? How's it going? I don't know, people. I just broke a piece of my headphones for no reason at all. Like, how did you came out? Why especially did you? What? Are you gonna? No, nothing is gonna change. All right. Demons. Thank you for appreciating my nails. Always the same not funny joke. It is funny. Imagine getting possessed by demons and they just tell you to drink water. That would be very nice, demons. So boring. Shut up. Have you been productive? Have you been doing something? Have you been doing something productive? Something that was actually useful for yourself? Were you able to check something off your list? Anything. I will check that out, Cami. I will check that out. But I have another idea that I will tell you in the mods chat. Did we do Contexto? Yes, we did, and we got it. We were so good. We were as funny as TikTok. Shut up. Yes. I had to add stuff to your list, Carol. No. Do I like Gen Z humor? That's the only humor I get. The only one. That's an achievement for today? 9 minutes? 9 minutes of what? 9 minutes? What is Gen Z humor? Is non-cringe humor. That's what it is. 9 millions? 9 millions of what? I'm so confused. Most of our humor is stolen from the millennial generation? I don't think so. I don't really think so. No. Millennials humor is very much cringe. If we use the millennial humor, it's just to make fun of it, you know? That's the only way that we use it. That is not very cringe humor. Shut up. Shut up. By the way, no, but oh my god. But it's not like cringe in I don't know. Can I make an example of Gen Z humor? Shrek dancing with behind, but now it's not a humor anymore. Then it became millennial humor, so it became cringe. What is humor? Gen Z humor right now. Gen Z humor right now. I can only think about old trends, but they were old. You know, they're old, and when something becomes old, something becomes old when the doubloons. The blooms is Gen Z economy. The doubloons economy is a Gen Z humor, kind of humor, but at least like things that we like. E-commerce. Carlo, I'm very happy to have you here. Carlo, I'm very, very happy to have you here. Absurdity. Yes, exactly. I think that millennial humor is cringe. Gen Z humor is like, what the fuck? It leaves you like, what? You know? The blues are not cringe. You don't know that blooms? It's like a new kind of I don't sound contradictory. If something that you look at, it leaves you like, what? That's Gen Z humor. If it leaves you like, aw, that's millennial humor. That's the definition. That's the definition. That's very much the definition, I would say. Don't forget to hydrate. That is actually very true. I don't even know if I'm considered millennials or Gen Z. Yeah, I feel that you're in between, right, Retro? I'm a millennial. I know about the blues. Let's go. You're the funny aunt or uncle. Or yeah. You see, Jug agrees. I am Gen Z and I agree. There we go. There we go. 9 Guys is a prime example of millennial humor. Yes, yes, yes. I'm just millennial without the control of humor? No. I'm not familiar with TikTok that much, so it probably something from TikTok, I guess. Not only, like you can find it anywhere. 1996 is Gen Z? Could be, but it also depends on your soul, you know? There's people that are like younger than me, but still they're millennial in their soul. Hi Lucas, I'm doing good. How are you doing? It's good to see you again. I know about the blues just because of you. There we go. There we go. The only reason I know about is from other millennials making fun of the blues. You see? That's why. That's why. 1932. That's not a flex. That's not a flex. Do you even know what was happening in 1932? You are the generation that allowed that, Jake, then. It's because of you, you freaking boomer. Your soul is on. I do have a time limit on TikTok that I'm very open, like skip. Very open. I used to just procrastinate, but now I just turned to pro. Holy shit, I'm a procrastinator. Shit, I mean that's the funniest thing ever. Procrastinator shit. You said you skip the time limit every day? Yes, I do. Being an epitome of Gen Z. Oh, yeah. Yep. With 2049. Oh. Did you choose the number like casually or? It takes a certain level of desensitization to be Gen Z. Yes, I think so. That's exactly it. Yes. I know, Jisco. I know. Okay. Pera is licking herself again? Pera. Oh my god. Anyway, let's go back to work. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, people. Be good, everyone. Alright? Bye. Hello. I'm back. Stop it. Hello. Welcome back to the break. How is you doing? How is you, Dumbo, doing? How are y'all feeling for today? Oh, we do have a wheel to spin. Let's see what we're gonna have to do in the next break. Oh, there is. Oh, yeah, we still have one break. One break only. Hello, welcome back. We have global right here. Global is fine. Global is fun, right? Global is okay. We like global, right? Global is nice. Global is nice. Oh, Fran, yo hablo un poquito de español, pero mi español no es muy bueno, pero lo entiendo muy bien. Y por eso si tú escribes en español, yo lo voy a comprender, pero no soy muy práctica en las palabras. No sé las palabras. I made it boring. Shut up! Cami, shut up! What is global? It's like a quiz or like finding out what country we're talking about. What is this wheel? And this wheel is like a wheel of like people can redeem the wheel, and we spin this wheel. On this wheel there are like prices that are very nice, very good, beautiful, very much appreciated by everything. ¿Me podrías ayudar con la definición de territorio de marca? Territorio, no sé el territorio de marca en español. Perdona, pero no sé decirte la definición de territorio de marca en español, perdona. Global is we show how little we know about geography. Yes, exactly that one. I feel like my eyes are starting to like rain again. My eyes are starting to get rainy and leaky again. I feel like, yeah, maybe it's the screen. Maybe it is the screen. But we'll see. I have to be honest, today it was like a very long time since I haven't been like working. Like, if you think about it. Thursday we didn't work. Since Thursday I haven't been doing like tomatoes. If I come back here. Vieni qua. Why do you always like the corners? Alright. I haven't been doing that since Thursday. And I thought I was going to be very not productive, but I'm being, not too bad. How are you feeling? If you want to show me also how you're feeling, you can do exclamation mark mood, and you can register that into like an hour data set. And you can also see your mood floating around during the day. I actually want to... Oh, I have a surprise also. Did you notice? I think that we're going to have to update the schedule link with a new one that we have. Let me show it to you. Studio mode, top left. We still have break count. No. Bottom left. Top right. Bottom right. Anywhere? Okay, it's okay. I guess we're gonna switch here for a second, okay? So at least we still have the break stuff in there. But, let me close this one. Okay. There is a new website where you can see the schedule. You can see the schedule. So if you go on the link, which I'm also gonna... You have it on... copy. Which you will find on... Wipeout not there. What the fuck? This is the link to it. Should be alright. I hope. Let me... Okay, you cannot change anything. No. I don't want to buy nothing. I don't want to buy nothing. Okay. The schedule. The schedule is here. So here it's like the... Wait, let me also move myself up there so you can see. Here you see all the schedule for the future streams of the month. There. Okay. Here you find everything. The things that I was planning to do for the next month. And you can also see it for the next month. Like, in January. Things I'm planning, maybe. We'll see. I changed that one. So news every... Oh, no, it's on Tuesday. I'm stupid. It's on Tuesday at 3. It's on Tuesday. You're right. You're right. Thank you for changing it to show me that. So we have all the things that I'm planning to do. If you have suggestions, tips, just send me a DM on like things that you think that I should do. But here you find all of them like in the calendar. But if you scroll down here, you see like the ones that I haven't given a date to. So it's like, it's in the back of my mind, but I haven't like defined. And here you find them, all the ones in a list. What is this? This is Notion. This is the schedule for the stream for the future. So like what you expect on the December 8th, we're gonna be doing horse riding. Yes, I would love to do like a stream while horse riding. On the 8th of December, we're gonna be doing a Christmas tree. I already bought the Christmas tree and we just have to put the little balls on it. It's very small and I bought maybe too many balls. Panettone is very difficult to do, but a friend of mine is... thank you for appreciating a nice Notion picture. My friend of mine is very good at doing them, like very, very good at doing them. So I was thinking about that one. Horse riding, yeah. I was thinking about having him. I haven't asked him yet. So maybe he's not available. So all these things can change. These are not subtle. These are like how I would like them to be, you know? Is that the photo of the model above? Where? What? This is me. This is... I know it doesn't look like, but that is me. When I dress up and wear makeup and I don't cry in the morning. Everything can change. Yes, I know, you know. But yeah, this is the idea. So like, on the 9th, I would like to do the PC setup because I want to have the new graphic card on. But I have to wait for the PCU to arrive. So I'm not sure if it will arrive in time. On the 10th, we have Chris for sure. For sure, in the 10th, we have Chris coming here. And on the 11th, we're going to have the Dumbos games. I just have to check up with people. Yeah, new GPU. Yes, Kara. Yes, I got one sent by MSI. MSI sent one. Hi, Gadget. Hello, Gadget. That's it. That's what I wanted to show to you. I worked on this one. I was kind of proud of this. Like I found finally a way that doesn't like allow you like. Before it was like more random. Now you get to know a little bit maybe earlier when I do that, when we're doing things. Right? It's a good schedule solution. So you see them and it's like, I can also see like, oh, we have all of these things to do. We have to do them in this order. Otherwise it would not work. Is this code can also be put in our channels? What do you mean? In your channel? In Discord? It can be. The old GPU is gonna go as a gift for Christmas for someone we need. The leader is Angelos. The leader, Cami. The leader. Jole, I'm not understanding your question. I am not understanding you. Jole, tu non capisci me, ma io non capisco te. Jole, non ho capito la tua domanda. Se possiamo mettere i nostri canali, in che canali? Dici del tuo canale Twitch, se vuoi farlo anche tu? Sì, puoi farlo anche tu, uno schedule così. Hi, Angelos. I don't know, I was reading the Discord and I couldn't understand Kami being like, Bapri, oh, hey! Goodies, don't make fun of my language. Hey, yo! You had a Spanish moment? A liter. A Spanish moment. Kami had a Spanish moment. Come fai? Notion. Jole, vai su Notion. Quello lì. Ti crei il tuo account. E poi crei un calendar. E poi ti crei la page col calendar. E poi... And then... wait. Video. Vai su quel sito YouTube, quello YouTube, e ho spiegato come farlo in quel video YouTube. Yeah. There you go. That's how you set up Notion. Oh, Frede, I just remembered you're the third one that I did the autograph to. I did 2 paper signatures and one on a backpack. I just remembered. Shit. It's a me, Mario. Stop making fun of my language, huh? How dare you? È un tuo sito? No, non è il mio sito. Non è il mio sito. Notion is a software that you can use to keep your notes. Just, Giole, go check that video, that YouTube out. Guarda il video YouTube e capisci. Fidati. No worries, no worries. Are we ready? Are we ready? I'm gonna be doing the one with Ank, I think, on my day off, on the 7th. No, when is this day? No, this... Oh, on the 10th. On the 10th, I might be watching the... Thank you, Kami. Thank you. Oh, no, that was Arya. Oops. Oops. Okay, people, I'll take it with you in 45 minutes. Have a beautiful last tomato, people. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Get yourself a big glass of water. All right? Bye. So, how are you doing? Welcome back. How is it going, people? Come here, and tell Mama G, what did you do today? What did you work on? Were you being productive? Did you actually do something good? I will be live, of course, tomorrow. Tomorrow from 11 a.m. again, I'll be live, of course. We did 6 tomatoes today. We did 6 tomatoes? How? How did we do 6 tomatoes? How did we already do 6 tomatoes? How? I've been streaming for 5 hours and 45. How did we do 6 tomatoes? Like we were exactly on time? We were perfectly on time? I've never missed on a break? Wait, what? We did good. Time passes when we're having fun. Wow. Wow. Giole, mi dispiace. Puoi mettere i sottotitoli? Puoi mettere i sottotitoli e mettere più lento il video se ti va troppo veloce. Only 20 minutes late today. Wait, wow. Chat, I'm improving. Look at that. Look at that. Super efficient today, holy. Wow. We didn't spend an hour on Contexto, true, but we are going to be spending an hour on Global. That is for sure. There we go. Do you know how Global works? Anyone has any idea on how Global works? We have it like this. Okay. Do you know how Global works? No? Okay. Global is this game where we have to guess what is the country. Alright? So there is a hidden country. And if we start, as I always do, we do with India. Alright? And you see that it's very pale? It means that we're far away from it. Actually, down here it says like it's like 14,000 kilometers from it. You know, so it's gonna be on the other side, like it's gonna be like Canada. You see, it's a little bit warmer. So let's see if it's something like maybe Spain. You see, like here, maybe. It's still cold, still colder. So it has to be somewhere here, I would say. Mexico. I think in Mexico, it's closer, so I think it's south here. So, Peru. We're closer. You see, we're very much closer. We're very much closer. Bolivia. Ah! Are you fucking joking, chat? Holy shit. 6 guesses? 6 guesses? I need claps in chat. I need claps in chat. What the fuck? 6 guesses? It's our new record. We've never done this good. Never done this good. What is happening today, chat? We were fast at Contexto. We've been fast at Global. Claps, no idea why, but claps. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Good. Yes. What? Wait. Are our brains better today? What did we do? What happened during this night? Did we grow? We got smarter thanks to Valorant. That's maybe it. Because of Valorant, now our brain is like super speed. It could be. It could be. Could be very much that. We chilled during the weekend? Probably. We got lucky. We did not get lucky. We did not get lucky. We're just very good at it. You need to play Valorant then? Yes, start playing Valorant. That's helping. No, don't start playing Valorant, don't. It's, well, as long as you don't start playing League of Legends, everything is alright. As long as you don't play League of Legends, everything is alright. I mean, we did it amazing. I'm proud of us. Very proud of us. Oh, my eyes are dead. Chat, what are your plans for the rest of the day? What are you planning for the rest of the day? Oh, my eye is itchy. No more rainy eyes. No more rainy eyes. Don't forget to hydrate. Very important. Dentist and gym. Alright. Cry. No, don't cry. Study and puzzle. Are you still playing the puzzle? You still doing the pair puzzle? Food, nap, maybe work, keys. Nice, nice. Food and nap sounds super good. Studying JavaScript? Oh, so going for a swim sounds so good. I wish I could go for a swim right now. Maybe in the future, maybe soon I will go. Well, in 2 weeks I'm going to the spa, so I might be swimming. That's gonna be my swimming. Oh my god, I cannot wait. Oh my god. I do play sometimes Minecraft. CSS? Ooh, nice. Oh, Dr. Appointment, are you good, Sonia? Are you alright? Econometrics. Blech. Blech. Oh, Rice, if you do exclamation mark job, you get to know what I usually do. Yeah, there is the games with Japan and the Japan. Who are they against? Japan against. Japan, Croatia. There's Japan, Croatia. Croatia just scored. Oh. Just please service appointment for later this week. Okay. I hope you're doing fine, Sonia. Let me know. Let us all know, please. Oh, my gym buddies are going to the gym, but I have to train. I have to train other muscles, my reflexes muscles, for Valorant tonight. I'm doing good. I look positive. Yes, I'm very positive. I'm very much positive. I'm not understanding, chat. Am I going? I don't think I'm gonna stream Valorant later, so I can go like in full darkness. You see, like, look at this. So I can go. Oh, this is actually. I dig this light. I don't know what you think, chat, but I like this. I kind of like this light for the stream. Anyway, like, this is how I'm gonna go. This is how I'm gonna stream. Like, this is how I'm gonna play later. It's a mode, isn't it? No, Jole, doesn't change anything. Keep the free. Keep the free version of Notion and pay only if you're working with the teammates. Am I accepting requests for video games to play on stream? Yeah, I do have a big, I do already have a big, how is it called? Wish list of games that I want to play. But if you move the camera in front of you, it won't be a bad stream, to be honest. But I also wanted to, like, rest a little. I don't know. At the same time, I also want to be, yeah, that's the game wish list. Thank you, Ari. I already have those. If you have, if you think that's one of the ones that you think I should be playing, that's the one. Tomorrow 8 there is the Battle Finals. That is it. Let me check if my teammates are playing. Let me see if they're playing. Qualcuno gioca. Let's see. Play Life is Strange. It's so good. It's more an emotional experience than a game. I think that I got suggested that one. Ever played Assassin's Creed? Yes. La funzione... Non pagarlo. Notion, non pagarlo, Giole. Per quello che ti serve a te, non pagarlo. Non ti serve. Yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow at 8. We're gonna have, like, the interviews. And then we're gonna be having... Laura, that's Julia. Lord, this is Julia. What is my wish for 2023? I don't know. So, by the way, I'm also planning to do. Maybe we can do. I think about doing the New Year's resolution on the 2nd of January. Oh, no one. I usually change my playlist. This is my basic one. That's the one that I usually have. That I usually play, especially the second one. The one that I'm playing right now is the second one, or like songs that are coming from the second playlist. But in general, if you want to see what I'm listening to, you go to like Last FM and you see every single one that I did. I should do it before the year starts. I don't know. I want to be. I think that it doesn't matter if it's before the year. You know, I feel like it should be like when the new year starts. You start thinking about who do you want to be and all of that. Like, I don't know if it makes sense before, or at least I'd like to have it like on the 2nd. I don't know. It's either on the 2nd or on the 30th. When would you rather have it? Mods, can you please help me out? Can you please do a poll and ask New Year's resolution when? And ask if we want to do it on the 30th or on the 2nd. Because at the same time, if I do it on the 2nd, I have more time to. No, actually, no. Don't do it, mods. What is that emote? Oh, I thought it was my face, that one. That it's actually Balo. I thought it was my face. Saying sheesh. Okay, no, don't do it. I think that we are gonna have to do it on the 2nd. For sure, we're doing it on the 2nd because I have things to organize. So I need a little bit more time. It's not much more, but I needed more time. Sorry. Then before, so when the new you said you can work on them right away. That's the point. Like, I think that if we do like that, it's like propagating the idea that you should start new things only with start of new things. So like, for example, you should start the diet only on Monday. You should start going to the gym only on the first day of the month. So you wait until the last time and then you get there and then you're, oh my God, no. As our friend Prime taught us, you should start things when you get the idea. You don't start at the end of a cigarette pack. You start in the middle of the cigarettes pack to quit smoking. So that's it. That's what we're going to be doing. It's fine. I'm not struggling. No worries. I'm completely fine. Where am I? Here. Let me just fix everything. Don't start laughing. Don't laugh and be like, ooh, oh my God, you're so small. You are small. Listen, let me fix that. Okay, there I am. Why am I? Oh, okay. Okay, now you're also here. There we go. Everything else should be alright. Okay, nice, fixed. Shut up. Not because I'm dumb. It's not centered, it is centered. What is not centered, Kami? There is a black bar? Where? Kami, there's no black bar. What are you talking about? Kami, I think that you have a problem in your eyes, you know? It's your Twitch? Shit, Kami. What's wrong with your Twitch, Kami? What's wrong with it? By the way, chat, we're gonna stop doing studying ones now, okay? We're not gonna be studying anymore. So I'll say bye to everyone watching on TikTok. Have a nice day, TikTok. Bye. Hello. For everyone who stay here on Twitch, if you want to work, if you still want to work, go on Discord and join everyone else. I'm gonna be playing some games, if you don't mind. Alright, that's what we do. After working hard, we chill hard. Okay, I'm gonna be playing then, I guess, here. I guess I'm gonna be playing them here. Yeah, Lorenzo. I'm gonna take like 5 minutes and we're gonna go, if that's alright for y'all. 5M over GTA 5 roleplay? I haven't, Jole. I haven't yet. I would love to play GTA roleplay. I think that would be so fucking fun. But I don't know how to get into into an English server. You know, I would love to find like one that is in English. Oh, I finished my master studies, Everend. I finished them. Giole, non gioco, non ho mai giocato e sto cercando un server in inglese. Hi Strong. Hello, how are you doing? It's fine if you don't understand. Oh, thank you Venky, have a beautiful day. Porque estás deprimido, porque saltas el gimnasio. No salteas el gimnasio porque estás deprimido. Porque estás deprimido. Estás deprimido porque salteas el gimnasio. ¿Por qué saltaste el gimnasio? ¿Qué? Really, Jake? Thank you, Verand. I'm a rookie in Notion. Any advice? I made a video. I don't know if you checked the video out. Ok, va bene. Grazie, Giole. That's where you can find Tussle. That's where you can find the thing that I was talking about. You know what we can do? You know what we can do? If you want to work, let's try this thing out. You wanna do something out? Like listen. Do you think it would be a scam if? Do you think it would be a scam if? Where is it? No, don't start saying yes, or you don't even know what I'm talking about. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Don't start saying yes. Don't start saying yes. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Wait for it. I will. No, stop. Not you too, Sandro. Not you too. I'm gonna put. Wait, I'm gonna put Dohlet. Where am I? Here I am. Why am I so small again? Holy shit. I'm gonna be here. I put. Let me also make myself bigger a little bit. Okay. We're gonna go for a 25 minutes tomato. Okay, a 25 minutes tomato. A smart one. So I have time to change. Sì, va bene, Giole. I'm gonna be changing the cam to there. Rest a little, get a snack, and then we start playing. Would that work? So you have a small tomato. A small tomato. Or do you want to have a 25 minutes puzzle? Joe, okay. This is not a scam. That's okay. Don't start saying scam. Okay, it's okay. Coolio. You will also have the music from here. This should be... Yeah, it should be okay music. Okay. Be right back. Hello? Sorry, the angle is very bad. Even worse. Okay. Hello. Welcome back. How are you doing? How is it going? If you do exclamation mark iPad, you get to know what I'm using in that video. Hi. Hello, people. Welcome back. You fell for another G-scam? You thought I was actually there? If you're in the real one, touch your nose. I'm not the real one. I'm the real one. You want me to sell you my iPad? Isn't it cheaper if you just get your own iPad? Anyway, hi people. Hello. Yep, you're changing everything. Let me help you out. Let me change everything. Training. Training for Valorant. Valorant finals tomorrow, 8 p.m. There we go. You're pretty sure that will cost us viewers? That's fine. If you're planning to work more, remember you can go on Discord. And you can, Aria, you're home. Do you want to play? If you want to work more, go on Discord and be there with other people that are also working and doing stuff. So you get your shit together. Oh, you want the SQC title? Yes, go for a SQC title. Go for a SQC title. Go for it. Have fun. I trust you in that one. No? I like it. You don't like it? I don't really care. I like it. In the end, people know that it's... Jaffa doesn't like it. Jaffa. Training, gaming, warlord, finals, war... Guaro!
Good to live in fear, but no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much for the 8 months. Really. I really do. Welcome back.
Would you look at that? Already the 8th month, let's go. Carrot, always good to be in the company of this great streamer.
I appreciate you, Guaro. I really do. Thank you for it. Let me change the title. Did you change to something else? Click now, as up incredible grind. Oh, I like Jake. I like Jake's. Sorry, I think that those faces are even better. Done. Ari, I don't think I saw. You've been good for these games. Thank you. Appreciate you. I don't think that if I saw your answer, Ari, I don't know if I saw you saying that you can play now. You think that SQC title cost us viewers? You think? I'm not sure. Okay. That was way too much in the dark. Ok, Jole, ho visto. She could play. Alright, Ari. Let's go for it. Let's warm up a little bit. It's Baron that cost us. Voice is in delay. Chat, do you think that voice is in delay, like, compared to the video? Are we out of synchro? Are we? No, refresh your page, Jordan. Alright. Put this one here. Alright. Ali, wanna come on in the live room? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is my favorite time of the day. Hi, Hari.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm a bit tired, but
By
I'm
the
doing
way,
good.
we need to win. If we play comp, we
Oh
need to
yeah.
win.
Oh yeah.
Let's
Oh
not
yeah.
talk about why, but we need to win.
Warming up.
No pressure. Yep.
Urgot is gonna join us later if you want. So then we're
Okay, go.
right. Wanna go deathmatch, or do you wanna go? I have voice echo. Kami, check back. Oh, maybe because you can hear from the set. Okay, try to talk, Hari.
Yeah, that's hi.
Is it better? You don't hear from
1,
my.
2, 3.
Yeah, should be better. Again?
What do you mean mute, Arya?
No. Still echo? Okay, I have
Excuse
to.
me.
She's still a bit louder than me. All right. Stop being loud. I'm
So
joking.
sorry.
I'm joking. You're not
I'm
loud.
literally a very loud person.
No, you're not. Not at all. What? I actually, it's like because I just blast you very loud in my ears because that's honey to my ear. So
Yes,
they
of
can
course.
double hear you from my microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go for that much.
Let's go.
I'll go.
Match found.
Did you work hard today?
I actually did, and I woke up very early.
Nice. Okay. Oh, nice. That makes sense.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
It's not from the game. You don't hear from the game. You're hearing her from my own headset. Like, Ari, try to talk again. Try to have a
Hello.
try to have a full conversation. How was your day? What did you
My
do?
day, I wrote a lot of my thesis. It was very fun, very enjoyable time.
Was it?
Yes, I definitely don't. I'm not speaking sarcastically.
Oh, okay. I wanna. Okay. Still echo?
Hello, am I echoing?
What the fuck? No. Tell me if it's echoing. I need to fix it. Don't tell me that it's not echoing. Just because you don't want me to like be hurt.
Don't think it's
The fuck?
Hello,
I Atkin.
hello, fast. Hello.
rise and bring blow.
My God, who are you? What are you? Oh, Omen. Ah. Echo is manageable, not disturbing. It can be fixed. Just tell me if it's there. Don't tell me it's not bad. You cannot tell? I think I'm gonna have to go into the range, Ari. I have 0 kills.
Okay.
The fuck?
I killed them.
I feel bad for this kill. I just did my first kill to one that I was standing still, not moving, an AFK. Oh, okay. I heard that. Where am I? Change the title? Why? What's wrong with the title?
Too easy, too easy.
Astra, chill. Astra is saying too easy. Bro, you did 2 kills. Category should be already changed.
Bye bye, Boomer.
My god! Valorant Pomodoro? You wanna do that? Bro. How does she know where I am? This freaking bitch. I swear. It cannot be a... there cannot be, like, hackers in a deathmatch, right? That would be cringe.
Yeah. I don't think anyone is fighting here.
Did I hear an op right here?
No.
Better luck next life.
Chat, we're not talking about how much I'm bottom fragging right now. I'm not. Bro, what the fuck? What's up?
So bad.
Cute.
I need to remember that you're live